Are we ready? I know I am. So, whether or not you are, it's time for another episode of the Indie Tales Game Dev Livestream. Hey, my name is Adam. You are the Pixel Pals. I've already said the name of the show, so without further ado, it's time to go. Welcome everyone to the Monday edition of the stream. I'm just going to do something here with the camera. I think we're a little bit... Is that a bit better? There we go. That'll do. Today, we're working on more Insignia dev. I want to say a big welcome to everybody who's here in chat. Welcome. On both Twitch and on YouTube, where we stream. I want to say a thank you to most recent follower, Cayenne Lol. Thank you so much. And most recent subscriber, Hushmet Kim the Key. Thank you so much for subscribing. A Weeping Tree, welcome. Says, hi, I hope you're having a wonderful day. Thank you for all that you do. Thank you for being here. I appreciate it. The thanks goes both ways, yeah. So today, as I mentioned, we're working on more Insignia dev, and I have been doing a little bit of work on it over the weekend, but mostly just keeping all the plates spinning of life, the plates of life. I want to say, things just get a little bit darker in here. What's going on? Looking a little dark. Maybe I can do something here with the picture. Bring it up a little. Still looking a little dark, but I think we can deal with that. We can figure it out. I was playing with my camera settings just before the stream started because I'm doing an event. I was taking some headshots for this event that I will be attending. I can tell you about it. It is the Queensland Games Festival, which is taking place in a couple of weeks, and I will be attending as a streamer, as a content creator. So I will be speaking on a panel on the Friday, and I'll be attending a few community events on the Saturday as well. So if you live in Queensland, in Brisbane, and you are interested in coming down, you will see me there. I wonder, there is like an opportunity for me to stream while I'm there, if that's a thing that we're all interested in. There's even a Smash Brothers tournament that I might be invited to. So I think that would be really cool. I would love to be, to participate in that. And I would love to see you there if you watch from Queensland. All right. So for today, I guess I should mention when that event is. So 1 second. The Queensland Games Festival. Check it out. Check it out, chat. Oh, that's why I thought I looked brighter. I was calibrating the camera with a big white screen in front of me, and I just turned it on, and here it goes. Okay, so Queensland Games Festival is it's on the 27th of June. That's this month. Only a week and a half away, 2 weeks almost. And yeah, I'll be there. I'll be speaking. It's going to be fun. So the panel I'll be speaking on is about making games as a content creator. So I'll be discussing what it's like running my life this way and whether it's good for my games. Those of you who watch, you've probably got your opinions on that. So you can hear it straight from the horse's mouth. Plus other content creators, also Australian, also game developers will be there on the panel as well. Alrighty, now Insignia. Let's see if we can do something here. So did I push? I did pull that, and that is in. That's good. I was working a little bit on this background. Open last night. It's taking shape. I've got this kind of like lovely banana shape here that I'm kind of working with, where this is really far away and it gets closer to us. I might do a little bit more to contour it. Just working on getting the colors where I want them to be and that kind of thing. This is one of those works. I flipped it. Do you know why? I flipped it because I realized about most of the way working through it that Orinstead being on the left here at the start of the game, the sun, it's like morning, right? And the sun is on the left side of the screen. And we are facing north in that first shot of the game when we're at the house. And if that's how the sun is framed at that time of day, then the sun rises in the west in this universe and sets in the east. And since this is the east, I thought I'd put the light on this side. So I flipped it. I like the idea of that being how the world works. The sun is on the opposite side of the sky relative to the time of day. So I flipped it. We'll see. I hope I can make that consistent throughout the game. I'm not actually sure. I don't usually show the sun at all. But certainly, I think the god rays in the first part of the game they're all coming from the left. So if the sun in the day is sort of up, well, over here relative to you guys on stream, then it should set over there. Hey, Shamgoes, welcome. Are there nighttime zones? Yeah, there are a few scenes that take place at night that are cutscenes, and as far as like nighttime zones, I have done stuff like that. Yeah. Hey, McChuckette, welcome. 70 stream streak. Let's go. Okay. So I've been really struggling with a particular topic the last week or so off stream, but I think it might have to leak on stream, to do with pitching this game to a publisher. It's becoming like the chafe is real in terms of the fact that like we haven't really been pitching recently. I haven't like sent any materials over to a publisher in a long while, and we're at a point now where like if I don't do that ASAP, we're just going to be stuck solo deving until the time comes when I decide that I want to do that. So gosh, it's a tough one. I've done production guesstimations in the past, and I've had numbers that I thought were appropriate, but I think that some of these numbers still need to be more clearly rationalized in order to make a proper business plan out of them. So in the past, I think I've like mostly tried to hide these from you guys. Oh, I should also mention, I mean, like last stream, what we were working on. Sorry, just while I've got the project open. So we were working on concepts, not this. What are you doing? This. We were working on environment concepts for the 4th chapter of the game. So for those of you watching who don't typically watch, whether it's on the VOD or whatever, I have been working on grey boxing the back half of the game. And what that means is basically trying to get as deep as I can into the story to the credits sequence, fleshing out the spaces in between, whether that's with story content or with graphics or whatever. Mostly just trying to get the minimum estimable product, not viable, but like the thing that lets me decide how much stuff exists in every scene so that I can then budget it. Now, in the past, I mean, I've thrown out some really ambitious numbers, and I'm starting to think that these numbers need to be much bigger. So I want to do a little bit more thinking around that, really, and starting to get, I guess, the hope is that the more I do this grey boxing, the clearer the picture becomes. That's the hope. And I guess, you know, if you were to start at first principles, right, no game, and start estimating, then you would have the least clear picture. And so having a full game, you have the most clear picture. So the more game that I define, the easier it is. But I don't know if like right now I'm getting more appreciably closer. So let me just like, I want to look at this more pragmatically, and I want to start writing it down as like an org chart more clearly and see if it's actually even achievable. So there are some things that are going to be non-negotiable, and then we're going to work from the non-negotiables out and start working from there. So Maybe actually it would be even better to do this on a fig jam board. I wonder how well I can like prompt this thing to do an org chart. That's not what I wanted. I don't think so. All right. So let's try it again. This time we'll do boxes. There's also something here where this could be something that we do like this in Excel. Kind of a difference here between jobs and roles, right? Or like tasks and roles. Like someone, you know, the boss art doesn't need to be done by one person and one person only. Okay. This is tough because I think fake coffee, that's going a little bit beyond the space that we have for Clinker's rewards in the game. A secret final boss would be, you'd have to donate quite a lot of real money to the stream for me to even consider that. You'd need to fund the whole project. All right. So, I guess there's something here that we need to sort of break apart, which is this distinction between the roles and the tasks, right? How many people do we need who could Like, how many programmers do we need on the team? What is the budget that we would need to pay programmers, whether full-time or part-time, in order to do this? So, like, is there 6 months of tooling to do? Is there 5 months? Is there 1 month? What is their responsibilities? But are they? But you can't donate on the YouTube channel, really? Yeah. So, like, there are responsibilities, but there are no. We have to evaluate the amount of, task load in those responsibilities for that to work. I'm gonna go on all green. Oh, that's annoying. Is that happening when I'm looking this way? I can't see very well. Oh, it looks terrible, doesn't it? I'm all whited out. If I'm looking over here. All right, how do I make that not happen? If I'm doing this, and I bring this guy right over here. Yeah, that's like very hard to look at for you guys. There's this thing people do where they go like this. Make this black. And then that works. And then we Control Shift L. And then we can't interact with it. And then we're okay. What's up? So, okay. I actually think this might be a good opportunity to just talk to like a ChatGPT about this. Or even like whatever, Gemini. Because I just want to like process some of this information. I'm budgeting a game and I'm considering the distinction between the amount of work versus the number of team members that need to be involved on the project. I'm assuming that the right way to go, that the most accurate way of going about this would be to know in advance the sum of all tasks and then, attempt to assign those to roles based on volume and count the number of people required to do that at a rate that other production elements depend on, that matches the dependency rate of other production elements. How is this practically done in the real world? Right now, like if it's something that you want to take seriously, Fake Coffee, we could talk about it on Discord. I was kind of just being a bit silly because it's not something that we currently do. The community doesn't pay for content to be put in the game. We could talk about it if it was real, but like, I'm not sure. I'm not sure if you're in a position for that. We'd have to chat about it. Your logic is completely sound on paper. The approach you're describing, cataloging every single task, determining dependencies, and staffing precisely to match the throughput, is known as bottom-up estimating. That's kind of how I think about it too. This is the mathematical ideal. However, in the trenches of real-world game development, this pure approach almost always breaks down. Games are incredibly volatile. Yes, that's true as well. Finding the fun often requires discarding completed tasks, cutting features, inventing new mechanics on the fly. Your entire budget and staffing plan is precariously balanced on a rigid list of assumed tasks. One design pivot. Yeah, sure. I hate the way that Gemini talks. So annoying. It's just too, it uses words that are just too descriptive. It's like it tries to be poetic. The hybrid approach, top-down meets bottom-up. Top-down constraint planning, the macro. This is where you define the ultimate boundaries of reality. You calculate your studio's burn rate. If you have a budget of 1.5 million, your burn rate is 50K a month. You've exactly 30 months to make the game. Capacity pipeline planning. Instead of asking how many people do I need to complete these 5,000 tasks through, it is what pipeline capacity? No. This, for me, this is more of a question of team composition and agility than budgeting as such. I want to know that as we work, each arm of development is outputting this correct, a proportionate amount of work that allows other teams to build off. I'd do anything for this game to succeed. I'd do anything for this game to succeed. Looks like we share that vision. I'd like to offer like a Kickstarter campaign. That way we could actually make that happen. It's the exact right pivot to make. Thinking, see, like that. This is such a sycophantic thing to say. It's really just like banking on me knowing what I want, and then it's just saying, yeah, do that. Cross-functional pods, measure velocity of a task, strategic publisher conversation. Yeah, this sucks. I don't know. I'm just wondering if there's some sort of like conventional wisdom on this topic that I could draw on that shows me an aspect of my thinking that's missing. That's all I'm really doing. Just looking to challenge the way that I'm mentally framing the task. But it's not doing that. It's just agreeing with me. So yeah. Well, this is the thing. Like currently we have, what's the best place to do this? I'll just do it here. It's fine. So like, I just want to chat for a second about the problem. Currently, we have a team composition that looks like this. Adam, director, developer, designer, artist, writer, etc. Then we have Elias, SFX for now. Then we have Morgan, music. We have Morgan, P, animation. And we have Luca, animation and design. Okay, so right now, I like to work the way that the only way this can work right now is by starting with the minimums. So the minimums are Elias and Morgan. Elias and Morgan's workload is a one-man task, like one-man workload. Like only Morgan needs to be there to do the music, and Morgan works through the music at a certain burn rate that I know. Elias does sound effects, and he works very similarly in pace. To be fair, Elias works a bit quicker than Morgan. So like in terms of their one chapter burn rate, I would say like burns through a chapter, he could get it done in like 3 months. Morgan burns through a chapter in more like 5, maybe 6, but neither of these team members are full-time. They're both part-time on a contract basis. So this 3 to 5 months is kind of like, they're not the bottlenecks, is what I'm trying to say. Then there's me. And right now it's like burns through a chapter in, it's more like 8 months because of all the additional roles that I have. So if we just go velocity, if we just call this velocity for one chapter, I think this is actually the way we should think about it. So the task is, and Morgan P and Luca, they're more like 6 months, maybe even slower. They're more like 7, maybe even 8 as well. So it's 8+ really. So this tells me where the bottlenecks are, right? It means that we need to add more resourcing here and here to at least catch up to this, because Morgan and Elias wait a lot for me, and Morgan and Luca also wait a lot for me. So for everyone to be waiting less, we need to split out some of these tasks. So the biggest one for me is this issue of that the writing needs to happen in a way that can be like the way that I want to break the game down is as such. It's, in fact, I literally drew this recently. One sec. Where is it? Dependency chain. Here we go. So this is our like current limit on our velocity. It looks like this. If I was to build the game from 0, I have to do this in this order. First is the player character and their abilities. From the player character, we have animations, we have to design level fragments, we do enemy designs. From those, we can do playtest chunks. So an enemy in a level space that gives the player an ability that lets you get out of the level. Then we need to design a tutorial for that and put it in some sort of set of gameplay levels that have multiple chunks attached to them. Separately to that, so like this is a core. This can't be done. Nothing comes before this, and nothing comes before this either. These are like the atomic, what do you call them? Like root elements of the game, this and this. And some of these things are dependent on lots of stuff. So like this is one of the highest dependency aspects of the game, because it's downstream from this and this. This is Figma plus FigJam. Okay. So the problem here is that a lot of things like we didn't even go all the way down. Like, well, in-game levels, environment art, I guess there's more. Like background art can happen. It's kind of downstream from the story. There are like towns, which I would say they depend on the game scenario and scenes. In-game scenario scenes. Yeah, that's like downstream from that is background art. Sometimes you can stub out interfaces and use relevant mocks to lessen the dependencies on that and make it more parallelizable. Right. Well, that's the thing is, I mean, I'm doing that now. All of these levels are stubs. I've got ability stubs. I've got story stubs. So certainly stubbing it out is like, it's knowing what can be turned into a stub correctly without that actually being a dependency is it is key. It is the challenge. It's like, how thin does the definition need to be so that something else can be built on top of it without it causing some kind of like, you know, what's the word? Collapse by being underdefined. Because you don't want to build a pillar and build a bunch of stuff on top of it, and then you shift the pillar and everything falls out from underneath it. So that's kind of, for me, the big thing. You make an assumption that the stubs can be foundational, right? You say, well, I expect that this is okay. So like this and this, they are so foundational that if I change the story, all of this becomes subject to that. Which is why it's so important that I finish, or that I validate the writing. But like the story as it's written is also validated by the play experience, right? Because like right at the bottom, there's like this here, right? Which is something that I guess I don't really know how to describe it. It's like things that need to be done first, but then there's things that need to absolutely be served, right? It's like, so the play experience can be good. And I think the thing about the play experience is that it can be, it's more about a quality thing than a list of tasks thing. It's like, as long as it's good, you could do anything in this space. But it's still something that cannot be compromised. That's, I guess, the most important aspect of this. So there are things here that don't affect the play experience, or at least affect the play experience in ways that are less prime than others. So like the player path affects the whole pacing of the game. Whereas the background art, if you do some background art for a level and then the level goes away, but you have a different level, you can maybe reuse the background art. There's this like, because it has nothing dependent on it, it's okay to shift around. Anyway, I'm struggling with thinking about how to get from here and here to an actual who else do I need to hire list. To me, that's tough. So, I mean, like clearly we need to, let's just keep breaking it down. I think there's not much else we can do. Where is my, there. Can I not? I can't align at the top. Okay, whatever. So, director, developer, designer, artist, writer. And then what sub roles do I have within this? Right now, I'm the VFX artist, which I don't need to be. I am the tile artist, which I don't need to be. I am the concept lead, which I do need to be. Same thing here. I need to be the, I don't know what you call this, but the person who does the roughs, the person who's the top, the person who touches it first. I need to be. Developer, I mean, I'm the everything. I'm tools, I am content, systems. And then I'm like obviously vision, and then like sign off. As a writer, I write the scenario. I do the what I would call like level, like player path, which is the same as scenario, but it's like implemented. So it's like concept and implementation. And I'm also the dialogue writer. And also any kind of like world lore and any kind of like item descriptions, like a copywriter. Okay. So it obviously it needs to come from here. I'm also lead animator. And I'm the UI artist. And I'm also the item artist. And I do mess as well. What do you call that? So, okay, let's take this and let's start breaking it down into things that we could actually delegate to somebody else. Because it seems high value. Yeah, what are you willing to give up to go faster? It's sort of like, what are you willing to give up to go faster, and what is parallel? Like, how many things do I do that if there was 3 of me, we could all do at the same time? That's those 2 questions I think are really important. So things that cannot change is this. I guess we should give these like a, what's the word? And I think there's also something else here of like, you could pay more money for someone better to do a job that's closer to the top. I am also marketing too. So like some of this stuff is, we'll give it a number from 1 to 5 of how likely a junior could do this versus it needs to be me. Like absolutely needs to be me. So 5 is can't change it, needs to be me. So 5 is, this is absolutely can't change. And well, maybe someone very, very close to me could do sign off, which might have to happen. We might need an assistant director once there's a lot of work. But yeah, day-to-day stuff, someone else might be able to do it. Tools, doesn't need to be me. Systems, it's like a 3.5. Like it kind of needs to be me, at least. And they're mostly done. What's the sign-off role? I mean, it could be producer / assistant director. Hey, B-Taste. Welcome. Thank you so much for the sub. This is programmer. This is programmer. Okay, so then we've got content, which content development. I've been shifting a lot in favor of having most of the content be like developed in the Unity editor rather than in the code. But there's still going to be enemy AI, that kind of thing. Well, let's call it like enemy AI. And let's call it interactable level elements, boss fight, programming, any like accessibility, achievements, localization, QA, and bug fixing. So I probably need to be the one mostly doing this, but they're mostly modular already, so we're reusing modules a lot, but I'm still probably gonna have to be pretty close. It's a 3.5 to 4. Interactable level elements is similar. It's like you'd have to be You'd have to have done game development as a developer on a game that was an action game to do what I do with these. Boss fight programming, again, same thing. You need to be pretty good. Accessibility, no, I don't think. I think that's a 3. If you've done it before, even almost a 2. Achievements, it's like a 1. Someone else can do that. I can sign off on it, but like in putting them in the game, anybody could do that. Localization is like a 2 or a 3. The systems we're talking about, it's really just a trust thing. Like as long as you're good. Hey Lex. QA bug fixing is a 3. Okay, designer. As a designer, I mean, I guess I don't really know how to describe that yet, so let's just leave it off. Okay, concept lead, that's like 5. It's just me. VFX, you need to be good, but I'll sign off on it. That's a 3. As long as they're good, I don't really care. Lead animator, that's, I mean, it's a 4 because someone who's really good could do it without really me being involved. And this is like NPC, enemy, boss. This is 2 to 3. It's not a big deal. Let's call it 2.5. This is more like a 3 to 4. This is more like a 4.5. Tile artist is a 3.5. UI artist is like a 2. Items is like a 1. Mess is more like a 2.5 to 4, depending on how close it is to the game, depending on what it is. So let's call it a 3. Okay. Then we have writer. So scenario is me. It cannot be anybody else. Implementation though, let's break this down. Implementation is more like a 2. Like just putting the systems in, just putting the flags where they need to go so that the player can get from A to B to C. That's fine. As long as they know what to do, anybody could do that. And that's huge. It's a massive piece of work. Then we have dialogue, which is a 3.5. It needs to be important. World lore, it's pretty much me. Let's just leave it at that. Copywriter though, like item descriptions, it's more like a 2. Okay, so let's just label these as outsource index. So 5, only Adam can do it. 4, someone very principal or very close to the project. 3, it might be principal. 3 is experienced developer. 2, junior plus training. 1, junior. So this is like mid. That's good. That's right. So this is an important point, is some of these could be done by one person. Some of these things require one person to do them forever. Like, how many of these are multi-person jobs? How many of these are one-person jobs? That's really important. Or even how many of them could be like handed off between multiple people. Like I've got enemies in the game where someone does the roughs and someone does the polish, you know? Yeah, exactly. So I wouldn't trust outsourcing to anything higher than this. I wouldn't outsource anything higher than a 2. There are very few 1s on this project. Would I hire a noob like you? I would only for a 1, like I said, only for a one-off task, or like a level 1 task. So let's keep going. If you're a noob, this is not a noob project. Okay, so now, then there's the question of how much of these tasks is there? So now we're starting to get into Excel territory, I think. I think we need to bring in the Google Sheets. 1 sec, pals. Because we need multiple axes of control. And there's some money stuff here, so I need to be careful because I've already... This is quite a dense document. Okay. So I wish there was a dark mode. Is there a dark mode for this, for Google Sheets? Actually, you know what? We could just go to Excel. That might have a dark mode. Well, it doesn't, but maybe we could do this and just format it to be dark. Or there's like, do they have like themes? Vapor trail? Let's go back to this. I'm pretty sure they have them, right? No, whatever. All right. Let's just fill it with dark. All right. Did you top off the haircut? I did top it off. Okay. So let's go back to our little... Close this. Don't save. Don't save. I know just what you're thinking. Can I just do this? Ooh, that was pretty good. We are doing budgeting today. Okay. So I want to make this so that it's, yeah, whatever. I'm gonna multiply all these by 2 in a sec. Okay, now we gotta do this. Okay. Sorry for all this chat. Ugh. Okay. I've been dying to ask you a question. I've been watching a lot of devlogs, and it's been hard to feel like my game has any authenticity after seeing things that I implemented that are already out there. What advice do you have on top of that? As in, you're making something and then you see someone else do a devlog and they've already done the thing before or a better job? Is that what you mean? Okay. I would say it's really important as a developer to realize that like originality is not valuable. unless it's like the newest thing that no one's ever seen before, it's not about you being the first in the race. It's more about how you execute it, and your execution, the way you do it, is going to make it feel like it's yours in a way that is different to everybody else's anyway. So I think just make your thing. As long as you're passionate about it and you think that other people will be, I think that's what's important. Having an idea is not worth that much. Everybody has ideas, and no ideas are original. So it's more about like how things come together than whether a thing has been done before. Okay. Yeah, I mean, like, exactly. And it could be that the market is already saturated in that area. Yeah, I just think, I mean, the indie market is a novelty-seeking market. I don't know if I agree with that per se. I would say, like, the market in general is like that. I think it depends on the genre, I would say. Novelty is something that really is about, I mean, it's competitive, and so standing out is important. That's what I would say. But novelty, I don't think is like the thing you should chase. Like, if you're a AAA company and you're making a shooter, you're going to be judged the same way. Like, the lack of novelty is going to work against you the same way it would work against you if you were in the indie space. It's more like, is what you're doing compelling in a way that sets it apart? Yeah. Like, it could be that your art style is original. It could be that your mechanics are original. It could also just be that your execution's really good. It could be that you have, what have we got? Novelty, quality, style. I feel like there's no like answer to that question, but those things all help, I would say. If you're doing something original, that does help. If you're doing something that has a unique art style, that does help. And if you're doing something where you're, yeah, I mean, different and novel are also an interesting thing, because like nostalgia, for example, if you're doing something that hasn't been done in a long time, that can also be valuable. Or if people just aren't doing right now. Yeah, I just don't agree with you on that level. I don't think so. I don't think that Shovel Knight was novel. I don't think that Mina the Hollower is novel. I don't think that Silksong is novel. I don't think any of the biggest indie games in the I don't think Stardew Valley is novel. None of those games are novel. Pick an indie game. What's novel? Like, Blueprints is novel, but like it's a puzzle game. So novelty is important in puzzle. Or like Balatro is a card game. Novelty is important in a card game because there's not much else. That's all there is. Anyway, let's keep moving. So vision, sign off. Okay, so now I want to take all of these and multiply them by 2. C3 by 2. C4 by 2. And I want to do that all down the list. And then I don't need these anymore because now I don't need 0.5s. Ah! Okay. So now we need our index. I guess we could put that like, I don't know, somewhere else. How do people normally do this? I guess you just do this or something. Maybe I'll just do it down the bottom. Okay. Good. So now we've got a question about, we've got index, like experience, and then we've got like volume. And this is something like, in the scope of the whole game, how much of this left is there? Why is it that these are not? There we go. In the scope of the whole project, how much of this is there? Or even just like in one chapter? Okay, what's novel about Celeste, Cyber? Anyway, moving on. Let's center these. So I think I'd like to take, I want to start with writing actually. Can I take this and just drag it up? Sweet. I guess there's also side quests. The climbing mechanics and pixel art are part of the zeitgeist of similar precision platformers at the time, but the way it was executed felt novel. How? I don't think anything was novel about that game. I think it was just that it looked good. It was just a game that came out that people were excited about because it looked quality. I think games have squarely moved into a territory that's like film. You don't watch a film because it's novel. You watch a film because people said it was good. And if it's done something that's been done before, you go, Yeah, it's been done before. But, and maybe if it's average and it's been done before, that's not interesting. I think novelty is like, it's like spice. It's like, yeah, it's like, this is, novelty makes this better, but novelty's not going to save it from being bad. And if it wasn't novel, but it was really, really good, like I will eat a really, if you give me the most standard classic Aussie burger, I like that. Even if I don't want a new burger, actually. I want the classic Aussie burger every time. So if you do a good one, I'll go to your shop because you do it well. Like word of mouth that something is good to me is way more important than like even Clair Obscur. Nothing about Clair Obscur is novel to me. There's not a single aspect about that game that attracted me to it through its novelty. It really was just people saying, oh, this is a good game. It's really good. It's an RPG, but it's good. It's made by some French team. You should check it out. That's it. That's all that it was for me. It wasn't like, oh, this has got some system. I actually hate the systems in that game. I can't stand them. I don't like the novel aspects of it. They're not interesting at all to me. They make the game less interesting. I wish it was just Final Fantasy X as far as the mechanics go. Hey, Mahalo. Thank you so much for the sub. So, volume. I guess the question is, how do we measure this volume? The idea is that what people want is a slightly novel variation on something familiar to them. If you can see, and you see this all the time in fast food places, they change their menu constantly. So there's slight variance in the same thing. Yeah, just disagree. Hey, Yosei, I'm doing all right. Yosef, not Yosei. Okay, am I doing well? Oh, thanks, Cyber. Thank you for the sub. A YouTube frog. Welcome. Okay, so now let's think about this. So I guess the question of volume is, if I had... So we'll normalize it so that one is one person part-time until the game comes out. Is that enough? Two is one person full-time or two people part-time. So we'll normalize it around that. So vision, I mean, it requires me. So let's just leave it at that. Sign off. Probably could be a 1. It's probably a single person part-time to sign off on everything. It could be more. It's like 1 to 2. Well, let's call it one full-time person is a 1. So it's a 0.5 to 1. Depending on scale, I guess. Let's call it, well, we don't know that yet. Let's keep moving. The plot writer. The plot writer is, again, it's a me question. So I think we only need to do these for numbers lower than 10. So scenario implementation. Scenario implementation is a 4 out of 10, but it probably needs... It's hard because it's a question of like, could you even give this to 3 different people? Even if I think there's 3 people's worth of time in it, like it's at least a 2. But I don't know if it's a 2 because it takes me a long time to do it because I'm doing other things, or if it's a 2 because if I had, like, there's this thing about something being highly dependent. Like what tends to happen with me is I'm putting in scenario stuff, right? And then it's extremely volatile because I try to fill in detail, and then like a bunch of scope cascades from that, or a bunch of things can't move forward until something else comes forward. So there's this really clear, like, it's like it's knotted, you know? So maybe we need to do something here of like, it's like, before we do volume, it's more like dependency. Something like that. So it's an easy job, but it's really bound up in change. So again, let's just do this on a 10-point scale. I would say this is more like an 8 out of 10. The plot itself is more like a 6. Side quests is more like it's more like a 4. Dialogue is very dependent, but it's not that hard to add or change, or it's more like a 4 or even a 2. It's not hard at all to it's not, nothing else is dependent on it. World lore is like a 1. It's not a big deal. Copywriting for like items and stuff, it's not a big deal too. Tools, well, there's a lot dependent on it, but it's not going to change very much, so it's more like a 4. Systems programmer, it's 4. Enemy AI, maybe it's like more like a 6. 5. Enemy AI, I mean, this is changing a bit. It's probably more like a 6. Interactable level elements, more like a 4. Boss fight programming, 4. Accessibility systems, 2. Achievements, 2. Localization is very dependent on the dialogue, so it's more like a 7 or 8. Let's call it a 7. QA bug fixing is constantly changing and very back dependent, so we'll call that at 7. I do feel like there's some confusing about how that word is defined. I'm using the word basically to refer to exploration networks in the brain. I don't think anybody else uses novelty that way. I would say novelty is like how common, when was this last seen, or has this ever been seen in the market? Like that. That's how I would describe novelty. It's like, is the zeitgeist aware of this? Zeitgeist awareness would be novelty to me. You know, a mechanic where you do something that you've never seen it in a game before, very novel. Slight twist, not so novel. And it's not on an individual level. I would put that on like a market level. So like Vampire Survivors, I don't think it's novel. I don't think that's what makes that game good. But I would say like Balatro's pretty novel because it's a unique game. It's poker, but there's something about the rogue, like the Joker aspect. The Jokers are pretty novel. You couldn't really compare that to, and it's to do with the way that it's presented. The presentation of the Jokers in Balatro is novel. At least it was to me. But Vampire Survivors is like, it's been done to death before Vampire Survivors. Like that game is so done. Like I can't even believe people were playing Vampire Survivors. I think it's a highly addictive format, but like I can't believe how many Vampire Survivors like games there were for like decades, always. There were so many games just like Vampire Survivors throughout the 2000s. Most of the games that were on Newgrounds were like that. Like wave-based arena, roguelike idly thing. No, that's not novel though. It's not. That was like, it's very not novel. I promise you. The You Are the Bullet Hell is not novel. There were dozens of those games on Miniclip and Newgrounds in 2004. It was like everyone's first game was that. You know, that was the like other thing that people made, if not like a platformer. The game where the player character shoots out a bunch of bullets. That's every twin stick shooter. Wasn't on mobile, one of like the first big games on Apple was on iPhone was exactly that. Yeah, anyway, let's move on. Okay, so concept lead. I mean, this is relatively, it's like a 6 or 8. I'm gonna call it a 7. VFX. No, I think this is more like a 5 or a 4. Lead animator. I mean, their work is highly dependent. It's an 8 or a 9 even. NPC becomes more like a 6. Enemies, let's call it a 7. Boss is not as dependent. Let's call it a 5. Maybe even, yeah. Tile artist is more like a 3. UI is more like a 2. Items is like a 1. Mess is a little complicated. Can get up there, but not so bad. Okay. What is mess? Mess is like, mess is this. What I it's I think comes from Skyrim. Mess is like this asset and this asset and this and this. It's like background assets that are just part of the environment that don't actually affect gameplay, but they make the world feel a bit more full. Okay. So volume. We're going to rate this out of 10 as well. Well, okay. So 1 equals full time. I don't even know if that's the way that I would put it, but there are some things, it's kind of like there are some things that are limited tasks and there are some things that are ongoing tasks. So like a limited task is like the boss fights. It's like there are 5 boss fights. Maybe it's like a quantifiable thing as well, like quantifiable. I don't know why I'm rating these things, but it feels important. So plot is mostly quantifiable. Well, not, let's call it like, man, is it just volume again? At some point there needs to be a constant here, like an actual thing that means a thing that's a hard-coded value for some of these numbers. Anyway. How do I do it? Each of these things in the game, each of these roles that I currently take on, can I say that this job is someone's full-time job? Like how many hours a week, for example, does this require? There's like there are like two kinds of tasks. One is like this requires this much per week. I could give it to, you know, someone and expect to have work for them. And the other one is like, there is this many hours of work of this kind of task in the game. Full, and that's it. Once it's done, it's done. I think the challenge here is that it's not that those are even the case. It's not that it's one or the other. It's just that like one is easier to quantify than the other. And therefore you could say the amount of there are 5 main bosses, 5 other bosses, and that's this many hours of work or this big of a thing. It's just that I don't know, like even boss artists. I mean, there's background art for bosses. There's, you know, how deep do we go with this? Maybe we do need to go deeper. Maybe that's it. You know, and I could go scene by scene. I could go through the entire game and say, well, let's create the burn down chart. Generally, yes. Like this one here, this is going to be, I need people helping me with this consistently until the game's done. Like, it's just going to be constant scenario implementation. It's like part-time. It's like, I don't even know how to describe this. But again, like, is that the case? I don't freaking know. Because, well, this is more of a role because there's different, the tasks happen at different levels of granularity. So like you help me out with the chapter draft. And then once we're done with that, then you also help me out with the scene by scene drafts. And then once we're done with that, you also help me out with the dialogue drafts. And then once we're done with that, you help me with the blocking for the character drafts and the camera drafts. And it's like, this is like this job, there's just always stuff to do until the game is done. This is just constant. Like you are a story assistant, you know? And so for this, honestly, I think we could probably put 4 max. Let's do max head count. Let's just go for it. How many people could we put on this without it being ridiculous? I think we could put 4 people on that. Plot, it's maybe we could put 1. That's still me. That's a 10, so that's not going anywhere. Side quests. I mean, we could put 2 people on that. It probably wouldn't even take to the end of the game. Let's leave that. That could be the other people. Dialogue. Somebody's job could be to write dialogue throughout the whole game. It could be up to 2. World lore. Don't worry about it. Copywriter. It's just 1. That's not a big deal. Programmer for tools. That could be 1. Systems could be 1. And it also could be, these could be the same. This could be the same 1 person. All right, and then this is content dev. So how many enemy developers could we have on the game consistently? I mean, 3, maybe, if we wanted. We could be definitely working on 3 separate enemies at once. I don't think it would be 3 separate programmers. Maybe it's 2, being reasonable. But if I had enough people, honestly, it's highly parallel. We could do 5, no problem. We could do 12 enemy programmers if we had enough concept artists. We could just churn out all the enemies, 5 teams doing 1 enemy a month, if we wanted. And there's nothing bottlenecking that, actually, because that's one of these tasks. As long as we validate the abilities, the enemies just go straight away. So I don't know what to do with that. What do you call that? Let's keep it like, let's do max, for whatever anything is, max 4. 4 means like you could just do whatever you want. Interactable level elements. That's a 1-person thing. That's not a big deal. Maybe 2. Boss fight programming. I mean, again, it's probably 2. But these aren't the same. This isn't 8 people. So what's the thing that I'm trying to do here that's coupled, that I'm trying to decouple? It's like, I think there's like, what's the minimum? There's like a minimum responsibility thing. Like how do you describe this? Like, there's head count and then there's like parallel. So this is like scenario implementation can be done by 1 person. I think all of these are a 1-person job, I think. Right? Side quests. Yeah, 1 person can do a side. All of this is 1, I think. Is there any task that's not a 1? Actually, no, there'd be like 0.5s and stuff in here as well. It's like it's like load, workload. So like scenario implementation, 1 person could spend half a day every day and get through it. Side quests, same. It could be a part-time thing. Is that what I'm trying to do here? I don't know if that works. Maybe this is like a vertical slice load. Like, how do we split this? It's like dialogue is something that you could do. It's not even that. It's like a 0.2. Like you could do that 1 day a week. And do tons of that. So like it's actually a point. It's not a half day every day. It's like 1 on 5. Like point. Well, that's what 0.2 is, right? World lore is it's a nothing. Copywriter is, again, it's not even, it's like a 0.1. Tools programming, you could work on that. If you're the tools programmer in this game, you could have 1 guy doing this a couple hours a day. It's 10 hours a week, I think. So maybe we do it hours per week. So this is like 20, sorry, 10. This is 4. Tools programmer, 10 hours a week would be too much. Like a day a week would be plenty. Probably too much even that. 4 hours a week. Systems programmer, maybe 8. For writers, can't you just make a tool that just automatically implements what they do in the game and eliminates scenario? No. No, you can't automatically implement what you do in the game. That's probably one of the most complicated things in the game, is the implementation. Because it's like, it's not just put the text in. It's like, make it so that when the player has done this condition, these NPCs appear in this scene standing here. And this dialogue is available. And these enemies are despawned. And then if the player has done this thing, toggle off 3 of those NPCs, bring the enemies back, and make it so that this dialogue is available. It's very involved. It's super involved. And that stuff changes. Anytime a story changes, you got to unpick all of that and plug it back in. It's horrible work. And it's not automatable. Okay. Enemy AI. You could do this. One person could be working on enemy AI. I mean, you could be on it half a day, every day. So that's 20 hours a week. Interactable level elements. You could be on interactable level elements. It's not even a day a week. It's 4 hours a week, maybe less, 2 hours a week. Boss fight programming. It's not it's just like a set thing. I'm just gonna say set. I don't know what that means yet. It just means something that's not a number. Accessibility, again, that's a set task. Achievements, set. So I think set means I could outsource it, or I could give it to someone as a contract job. Like, we just agree on the budget and we say, you will do this, and when this is done, I'll pay you this much. And that's it. It's not like an ongoing role. Localization, set, QA bug fixing, that's an ongoing thing, because we can't quantify how much work there is of that. That's probably more like that's a 1 day a week. It's an 8 hours a week thing, at least. You'd probably spend more if you wanted, maybe even 8 to 16. No, we're budgeting for these roles so that I can ask for the funding. It's the other way around. Okay, concept lead. That's me, can't change that. VFX, that's not that much. It's really more like 4 hours a week. It's a half day a week. If they're ongoing, it's not a big deal. A lead animator could be done. Well, that's me, but maybe. I mean, that's a full-time job if they want it to be. It's just the challenge is like, if we've got the work for them, it's that much. So let's call it 40 hours. I mean, let's do it. NPC anim is, let's say, a 20-hour job. Enemy is a 20-hour a week job. Boss, again, is like the set thing. Tile artist. It's set. UI artist, it's kind of not even a thing. It's more like a 4 hours a week if you want. Even if that, it might not even be work anymore. Items is nothing. You know, let's call it 2 hours a week. And then mess, I would say, is actually a little bit more. It's part of the environment tile thing. Maybe we call it set, but I think if you have someone who's a tile artist and does mess, and maybe also does level elements, interactable level elements, then we could be talking about a job that's 8 hours a week, 10 hours a week. No, well, I don't know. We'll see. Okay, and then how many different people could be doing this? I mean, like, you could have 5 different, you could have tons of people doing mess or tile art. Tile art, you know, you wouldn't have more than 3, I don't think. UI art, no big deal. I mean, there's also portrait art. Which is something that could be done by a competent person at level 5, and which is not very dependent on much. It's more like a 3 or a 4, and which you could be doing like 4 hours a week, 8 hours a week tops. Lex. Hey, Crow Serenits. Welcome. So how many like portrait artists? I mean, I wouldn't have more than 2. Lead animator, it might be 2. VFX, probably no more than 2. Concept lead, it's just me, it's 1. NPC artists, you could have 4, genuinely. You could, if you wanted to. Enemy 4, easily. Boss artists 2. UI artists 1. Okay, what else did we miss? Accessibility. I mean, maybe you could have maybe 2 different people working on that. That's not a big deal. Localization, achievements 1. Localization is probably just a 1-person thing. QA bug fixing could be 2 to 4. I mean, it doesn't really, there's no limit to how many people could be fixing bugs. Okay. Now, this isn't people. I'm not saying we could have 50 people on the project. I'm not proposing we put 50 people on the project because this is hours per week, and each of these would need to be at 40 to hire someone for that. So it's more like, in this space, what is the max number of hours we have, and how many people would we want to put on those? Is kind of the way that I'm thinking about it. So here, like this, 40 a week that's the sum. So that's 1 person, maybe 2. So I'm thinking 2 writers is acceptable. Developers, what have we got? 1. That's probably 2 as well. Hey, this is actually coming together. This is super reasonable. It's close to my estimates. 2 writers, 2 programmers. Artists. 1, 2, 3, maybe 4. Depending on if they're junior or lead. And we haven't even got background. Which is like, did I not do background? That's like honestly, it's like a 20-hour-a-week job. And we could have 2 of them on there. Then it becomes 4. Okay. This is the amount of, and what we're looking at here right now, this table is the amount of people who I could give work to that I currently do. This is additional team members that aren't my current team, who could take on roles that I'm currently doing that help make the project go faster. So we've got right now, it's me plus 2 writers, me as a developer plus 2 other developers, me as an artist plus 4 artists. We already do have 2 artists, so this would be 2 more artists. 4 in total. I think we could do more than this, honestly. My gut says it's 5, but I'm not sure why. I think there could be like this could be a 40-hour job. The enemy artist. There's more than 40 hours a week of this art. It's kind of more like, yeah, I think we could honestly go to 6, but let's call it like 5. 3. Yeah, I just think it's 5. I'm not sure why. All right. Now, I'm also producer. We could have another producer for sure. And now, actually, the dependency here is, I mean, it's what someone signs off is kind of irrelevant, but the hours per week, it could get up to like a 20-hour job just to sign off on things. If it's half days, the thing is that person's going to have to interface with me a lot. So I would prefer for it to be 4 hours a day, 5 hours. Yeah, 2 hours a day, 5 days a week. So 10. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, my job is to keep this number as small as possible. I want to pay the least amount of people the most amount of money. But there are some things like the art stuff that once you get to a certain number, if I had the right second in command, they would be taking on that communication role. So like, for example, if hypothetically Joe Williamson was on the project, I would trust him to sign off on animation work that other people were doing because he's a better animator than me. I wouldn't even need, like, he could show me what the whole team had been working on in a week, plus his approval, and then once a week I could look at it and go, yes. Let's revise this because it's not feeling how I want it to. Yes. That is very different from me managing 5 people. So I think we could have like a content programmer. Down here, and a systems programmer. And I think we could take all of this and shift it up here. And I think that works. I think we have what we call like scenario editor. I don't know if that job exists. Scenario editor, level designer. I really don't know. This is like a hybrid role that I would expect to have anywhere between 2 and 4 of, depending on how good they were. It's a writing role. I see it as a writing role, but some of it is like implementation. So it's like, it's either one person who's a writer and like 2 editors who just do what the writer says, or it's 2 people who understand the writing and can implement it and have some creative control as well. I'm not sure. It's hard because it's downstream from my vision. I don't know. So this is like animation lead animator. And then there's like the tile artist and the background and the mess go together. This is like environment art. And then this is like UI art. And then this is, I think this is just me. I think I just keep this. Like it's fine. And then this could be, this is portrait art, and that's just somewhere else. Probably just me, I just keep it. Although maybe we call it like 2D artist. Or just artist. Character artist maybe. But I don't know if that needs to go in like with the NPC animator. I feel like boss goes with lead. And this person does all of that. So we add 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 people onto the production, minus 2 if we've already got them. So it's plus 8, which is what I estimated. That's crazy. That's pretty good. Because I estimated where is the thing that I had done? Huh. Where is it? This. I estimated 13. So if we look at what we've got, I can add in the additional roles. So it's composer, sound effect artist. They're really 20-hour-a-week jobs, both of them. We don't need more than one person working on it. So maybe I'll take them and put them down the bottom. XP experience. It's like experience level. It's like principal, lead, mid, junior. Principal's 10, junior is 2. No, not years. It's called seniority. It's not year. It's just like it doesn't. This doesn't matter. Okay. So we have a director, we have a producer, we have scenario editor, level designer, systems programmer, content programmer, lead animator, 2 more animators. Honestly, this could be more than that. We could have like 2 of these and 2 of these. Plus, and then like the character art role becomes someone's job who's an animator. And then composer, sound effect artist. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. That's bang on what I had written here. 13 plus. So I hit 14. But the difference being the biz dev person, I don't know if that would be someone who represents the publisher or there's sort of a separate task there. We're talking about just production here. Now, looking at the game, is there even one task that I do on my day-to-day that doesn't get encapsulated by this set? I don't think so. Okay. And these people would be, all of them would be somewhere between part-time and full-time. I think environment artist could be part-time. Like right now, my animators are not full-time. They're part-time, and they get through like what we called 60 points of animation per they go through like 10 points of animation per month. 6 months, 60 points is pretty common for them. And points of animation, we worked out. So like we spent 15K AU. Yeah, it's around $1 million. I think we have to do the math. I spent 15K AUD on 60 points of animation, which ended up being, how many characters did they do? Let's have a look. I can show you. We have this. So all of this is 15K. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, like 11 NPCs, 12 maybe, for one chapter. And unfortunately, that's not the whole chapter. That's not all the animation for the chapter. The chapter required double that and some. So it's like 120 points. It's probably more like 150 points of animation for a chapter. And 60 is one person, part-time. So let's do some maths on that. Chapter animation budget. It's like 150 points, 60, and then like total. That's total amount, like 150 points. It could be more than that, honestly. Total amount, 150 points. One person, 60 points, part-time. Price per person is 15K. That's Australian AUD. So 10K USD. Almost exactly. So then we need about 30 to 40K. About 30K USD per chapter, just in character animation. 60 times 2 is 120, times 3 is 180. It's probably like that, which is like 45K AUD times 5. So that puts us at $50K USD. Per chapter, 150K. Per total, 150K USD in just animation. Yeah, I mean, I think so. I think so. $45 times 5, $225, right? I think that's right. I'm totally guessing. 45 times 5. Poor, nailed it. Okay. Are you going for a grant right now? Publisher funding would be my job, would be my goal, or Kickstarter funding. So this is like, I mean, like, if I get to do the game that I want to make, I'm spending like this much money. Skill funding fire team work solo. Don't joke. Don't joke. Plus, I mean, you just do a flat contingency at the end of 20%, let's just say. So it could go up to 200k US on animation alone. But that's the graphics. That's like all the graphics in the game. Well, what did we say? We said this is like character and enemy animation. It's not even plus boss. This is like animation budget. Yeah, of course you do. It's usually per milestone. All right. Then we're looking at engineering. And this is tougher because so much of this is like, how long do you want them for? How long do I need my developers for? I think the content programmer is an ongoing role that I would plan to do this over. Let's say our cadence for enemies for a chapter, single chapter, enemies, it's like 1 every 2 weeks. I don't think we can do faster than that. That programmer is getting enough abilities, enemies, interactable level elements. If we're going for 1 enemy every 2 weeks, a chapter has like 12. That's 24 weeks. That's half a year. That's not right. Can't do that. Let's have a look. We had done this before. How many enemies in a chapter? 6. Is that all? 6 enemies? Okay. Well, let's say we've got 6 enemies on the go for a chapter, each one taking 2 weeks, and we have like 2 on at a time. Then it's 6 weeks a chapter. It's a month and a half. Let's call it 2 months of an engineer's time. We've got 3 chapters left. Jesus, we have 3 chapters left. Why am I multiplying this by 5? We've only got 3 left. I just remembered. We've already done 2. Oh, that's all right then. 120, 135. Uh, 90. Chapter 7 confirmed. Oh yeah, we're going to add a flat amount on top at the end. Okay, so like this program has got like 3 chapters worth to do left. And if we do a chapter every, it's gonna take more than 2 months. I know it is. Because we're gonna take time to ramp up. It's not gonna be easy. So let's call it Let's call it 3 months a chapter from here on. Which means I've got that guy for 9 months. Let's call it a year. So I think it's literally just 2 guys for a year each. And I think, like, people probably want to be paid something like for a... I would like them to be more senior. So it's probably 100K each. This was cheap, by the way. I would like to do better than this, actually. But this was all part-time. That's why. That's right. This was part-timers. It was 15K for a part-time thing times 3. So instead, it really is more. But I don't think... I think... Maybe it's one guy. I can't tell. How many devs do we need? What did I say here? I said tools. Yeah, I mean, you could spend your entire week doing some work on tools, some work on systems, QA, bug fixing. This could be one guy. This stuff is maybe a little more. It's definitely more than a guy for a year. It's like one main guy and one part-time guy, I think. So let's call it like 100K AUD for like, this would be the like lead dev or like senior dev and then junior dev. And that's for a year. Well, let's call this not 50, but let's call it like 65. I don't know, 70. So and they're working beyond the animation budget because they're doing work after the game's even complete. I think that's why it's going to cost so much. But if we go to USD, I mean, that's only like 65K. And this is like 45 or something. So total, we're looking at like 170K AUD or like 110. I expect this to be more than this. I know it's going to be more than this, but probably not too much more. Like total budget, like 150K USD. How much do people, and this is the thing, like if I have like an engineer on the project, like if I was to get someone who I know is like a gun, I let them do the whole thing if they want, and I pay them what they want. But yeah, but I think we could get away with someone who was like, I don't think we need like a principal engineer on this. I think even senior, it could be a good mid. Correct, Emerald. That's right. Where I'm at right now is I've already pitched to a bunch of publishers the project, but not the production. So the production side here, I think what needs to happen is like a 2-phase thing. It needs to be like, can I get the money? Or even just, I could do it one of 2 ways. I could do it as I find the people. I know the people. Like this could be Elzak in chat. I know he wants to work on the project. This could be my friend Mike. He's probably overqualified for this. So I could propose the people, assuming I get the money. I think it's fine. I don't have the animators. I don't have, but I feel like that's easy to outsource. I have people in mind. Maybe we'll see. The lead animator would be harder, but again, I think I could just ask a bunch of people who I know, like, what would your rate be for this? And then I just propose them as the team. And pitch that. I don't think it has to be that difficult. I think for a publisher, they want that. But I'd also like to reach out to a publisher before I have that, just to say like, hey, if I do this, are you in? I'd like to reduce this down to like a year to 18 months. It's not an employment job. It's like a contract job. Okay. Insurance. That's a really good question. It depends. In Australia, it totally depends. If it's contract in Australia paid by deliverables, no. If it's paid by hours of work, yes, I have to pay insurance. Or like, not insurance, like superannuation. I don't know what insurance looks like. It might depend on the jurisdiction of where the person lives as well. But usually if it's contract, you just go, you need to do the work on the project. This is how much work we need on the project. Here are the deliverables. Do it. And then they end up, a contractor is treated like a business rather than like an employee. But I don't know if we have that opportunity. It depends. Okay. So animation, programming, we have also music budget, which is already decided. That's flat at 75K for the whole project, minus 30 is 45K. We have SFX budget. I used to Smack. I'm not sure if I haven't really done it in a few years. Sound effects budget is, we've been doing it at 12. I think I'd like to go to 15 times 3 is 45. For the rest of it as well. Where else are we? Producer, that's a tough one, man. I think we can't help. I think we have to fork out for a producer. And I think this is like a year of a producer's time. And I think it's something like 110K AUD. I don't think I can get away from that. It's probably, if it was my friend Ryan, it's just going to be, he's probably going to ask for that much, I think, from memory. Okay. And then director, what do I cost? I'd love to pay myself 75 for ACY. 75 would, I'd breathe really well. If I really wanted to be comfortable, like 90. But I'd probably want to take that out of the profit. Like, pay myself that. Man, push it to 100 if I want. But like, recoup that somehow. Like, ask for that as like something that comes off of the publisher's like adds on top of the publisher's recoup. It's more like a debt than it is a anything else. But anyway, we'll deal with that. And then our two designers, those are cheaper. I think that's like scenario writer budget. I honestly think that's more like 60k AUD. I'm just pulling that out. Times 2 is 120k AUD. I should pull the totals away into a different thing. Let's do that. Let's take this and 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 this. Not that. And move them. Can I not? Oh, I don't think I can do that. Yeah, I actually think I have to pay myself a lot, because if I don't, I might actually lose my mind if I'm not comfortable. I know that sounds like you would think like you should just suffer, but honestly, I've been suffering for a long time and it's not good. It's not good for me. I need to like know that I can like pay for my car and stuff. Like phone bills and whatever. Okay. Okay. What did we miss? Composer, sound effects, environment artist we didn't account for. And I think that's about it. Honestly, if I want a good one, this might be more like 70 to 80. That puts us at 800k AU. For production. For production. .71. Okay. I don't understand though. Who's paying you? Is there an upfront risk undertaken by the producer, or is it a cut of the profits? Because if it's a cut, you don't really need a ceiling, do you? No, this is a budget, and the budget is to enter a deal with a publisher, and the publisher we would either source the funding from them directly or from different places, and then decide on a split beyond that. The split is almost inevitable. You can't get away. You can't sign a deal for this much money without a split. And then the split is dependent on what proportion they're going to spend as of this and on top of this in terms of like marketing and stuff. So like they might look at this and say, okay, that's your production budget. Let's multiply this by 1.5 because we're going to do 50% of that in marketing budget. So this becomes something like this US in marketing and production, 800K US. That means that they're going to want to recoup 800K, right? Before really giving it much up for me. So they might want like 80% after Steam, you know, until they recoup, and then we'd flip it to like 35, 65 or something would be my preference, but I don't know if they'd take that. Maybe it'd still be like 30%. It just goes from 80 to 70. I don't know what I would be able to walk away with. And I probably won't be able to get much. Looking at it these days, like how much I'm asking for and how green I am, unless I could argue that I'm bringing more in terms of like players, which is not out of the question, but because I've got the community on YouTube and stuff, but still, I'd need to make a big case for that. And I don't know what the rates are these days. 65, 35. I think what are they called? Raw Fury split. Is it Raw Fury? Raw Fury publisher split. Oh, that's 50-50. With funding, 100% plus 15. Maybe it wasn't Raw Fury. Who was I thinking of? Publisher split with funding, game development. Oh no, Rami. So we see the cached version? No. Nope. Well, Stardew Valley, it's a different kind of game, you know. What happens in the case the recoup doesn't work out? There's no debt. It doesn't work that way. They just write it off. Yeah, it's their investment. That's why they can take so much. This is very rare. I think post recoup 50-50. That would be great. I think we could do that. So if I'm not wrong, it's X AUD as part of budget for you in exchange for a split of the profits, and the limit on how much the split is, tiers, etc. is negotiated. I think that's right, if I understand you correctly. Have I ever played RPG horror games? Nope. If you're getting a publisher to fund the development, it makes more sense for them to take a big cut. Yeah. I have serialized dictionaries. Yeah. It's sad that it's taken till Unity 6.6 for them to implement them themselves. So looking at the way I see it, I should not be intimidated by this at all, because this number, if we're looking at the comps that do well, even the ones that don't do that well, we're looking at, let's do the math ourselves. I like doing this. So it's, let's say we sell, selling 50K units on 3 platforms at a price point of 20 USD, let's call it let's call it AUD for now. So 20, let's call it 30 AUD. Okay, it's 1.5 million. And let's format these as better numbers, why don't we? So this is all this and this and this, and all of this is going to be currency. Okay, that's much better. Okay. And then this is not currency, this is just a number. And then so we do this much money on, it's multiplied between F92. $50,000, that's not dollars, that's units. So 50,000 units times $30 is $1.5 million, times 3 platforms is $4.5 million, times the cut, which is 0.7, which is also not a number, not a price. Is 3.1 million minus the funding. So this is like price, units, platforms, platform cut, recoup. So it's this amount here. That minus that. Well, actually, it should just equal. It should just equal that. Why is that doing that? So this is minus that, comma, that. What the heck? I-91. Cool. And then now we've got this much money left, and then you split it. This 50-50. Well, sorry. This. And that's what's left. So then there's tax, which in Australia is 0.25, and that's both. Those are both normal numbers. So it's, I guess the tax is 0.75 if you want what's left. So equals mult, because it's 25% tax in Australia for companies. Which leaves us with 800K. That's what we get. That's our profit. That's if the game sells 50,000 units, and this is just like a number, but it's not. It's like an integer. I don't know how to do. Yeah, there we go. This is AUD, which is about 500K USD. So 50K units across. Well, this is profit for me. I'm not spending that money. And it's also profit for the publisher too. Yeah, we got paid the budget up front. The publisher recouped it here. And then we both get this much each. That's if we ship it on 3 platforms at 50k units each. That's like Steam, PlayStation, Switch. And 50k units, in my opinion, is, and this is before, we should also mention, this is at full price, which is very rare. So typically, this would be like, you factor in like on sale. So you might push this across by 1 and think about sale, the average price. So this is like, usually I think we should go for something like 0.65. I don't want to do that, but I think that tends to be what happens. If you look at the Steam sales for a given title, that's more like equals mult this, comma, this. And then this here becomes G, which makes it way less profitable. But I think we could do better than 50k units. I think we can. I think we could sell like 80k units per platform. Honestly, I would go for more than that. That's 800,000. I think we could do like that. I think this is doable. Like if you look at something like Owlboy or Iconoclasts, these are what I'm aiming for. Let's see how many units they've sold. I don't know how they do it on like Gamealytic. Actually, I've got this thing that I call the Pixel Art Index Research. What am I doing here? Research. No, let me go grab it. My research index. This is my research index. And it does use Gamealytic. This was using their numbers. This was a year and a half ago, 2 years ago. So this is single platform revenue for Steam, as far as I know. I don't think I'm doing multiplying the platforms by the revenue here. I think this is just flat revenue. I think Gamealytic does that, right? It doesn't. Gamealytic doesn't care about which platforms. Like if I go to Iconoclasts, I don't think it doesn't know the Sony amount. This is like Steam only, I think. Well, these games did, but like this game came out this year. This game came out 2 weeks ago. Not saying that we are going to sell like Mina, but that number would be much bigger now, actually. Let's check it again. Oh, it's at 4 million now. Okay, good. It's true. Yeah. So this has 192,000 players. And the estimated revenue is somewhere between 1.2 million and 2.4 million on Steam. You can't see that. One sec. Okay. Didn't dox myself. You can't see my CT scan results, chat. Okay. It's of my sinuses. It's boring anyway. All right. So, I mean, we are checking this across 3 platforms. This 1.5 million is equivalent to the Gamerlytic on Steam. That's what I mean. That's the equivalent figure. So when we're looking at something like Iconoclasts, that's about the same. I think personally we could outperform Iconoclasts. This was made by one person. It would be with a publisher as well, because I think Iconoclasts was like PS4, published by Sony. It's not a big game. I think that time to beat. Oh my gosh, get out of here. Time to beat Iconoclasts. It's 12 hours. That's not too bad. I think Insignia is a bigger game than this, but I don't know. As far as I understand, typical platform performance on Steam and Switch is comparable. It's about equal. And it's different for different games, but it's something like if your game sells 100k units on Steam, it might also sell 100k on Switch. That's from my understanding. You can think of them as comparable. Maybe not Xbox these days, you know. So, you know, if this is 2 platforms. Now, I should mention, we talked about marketing budget on this, right? So when platformers talk about recoup, it's actually this times 1.5. Oof. Let's add that on there. Let's not get twisted, chat. Hey, Fractal. I miss him too. Tell Prime next time he's working on his Odin version of the project. Tell him he needs new art. So they're going to want to spend this times 1.5. It's equals molt. This, comma, 1.5. So this is what gets recouped. So that's, if we're on 2 platforms, it's not amazing. We need to sell 100k units on each platform. I still don't get an amazing return. So now the question is like, could I make this smaller and get the same game? Like, could I drop this down to 600k? I think it would be a challenge. Or can we increase the number of platforms to 3 consistently? Like, is it mobile? Is it Android? I'd love to do an Android release. For all those, like Steam, like a Steam Deck / Android Linux thing. Unity's cut? Unity's cut is not, it's not that appreciable. It's a seat these days. It's like $2,000 per seat per year or something. So it's basically just Unity Pro license. As far as I know, they don't do a runtime license anymore. So they don't take a percentage per unit sold. They just take, I think they just take a per seat cost. I have to check that. What else? Don't know why people just lie to Unity. I don't know. Do they? That would be piracy. I mean, this would be great. Especially if we don't have to sell on sale. If this was like full price, now we're killing it. So if we exceed in, I mean, even if this goes down to 50K, I think we still do okay. I'll take 320 grand. On 2 platforms, 64,000. If it only sold 50K units on 2 platforms, I make 64K. That's tough. That would be so rough for me. Right now, I think we're at 11K. Dude. That would be so tough. After all that. Woof. It's totally possible, you know. It's totally possible that we sell 100K units of this game and we make 64 grand. 64 grand. We break even. Jeez. That would be, but that's like with like literal, let's imagine like Kepler money. Like there's no way they would consider like 400 grand. Don't want to sound negative, but isn't the wishlist conversion rate 1 to 10? Yeah, but the game's not going to have 10K wish lists when it releases. I haven't even got a trailer out. I don't have a trailer. I don't have a release date. There's no public demo. 10K before any numbers whatsoever. I think we'll be okay. I think we'll hit maybe not 100K wish lists. That would be nice. But also, like, wish list conversion rate is not the same as sales. You know what I mean? Like, not everyone who purchases a game wishlisted that game. Does break even include your salary for all this time? No, I don't consider myself having paid it. I mean, I don't charge myself. I pay myself for salary out of the company, but it's you know, it's Twitch and YouTube money. So, I mean, this is worth considering for sure. Like, if this happened, if they put that much money into marketing, this is plus marketing. Sorry. Budget including marketing. So let's do this better. Let's go marketing total budget. So this becomes equals mult this 0.5, and then this becomes sum of that, this and this. You add that to that and you get that. Hey, Dev Donut. Why haven't I made a trailer yet? This is why. I have got a trailer. It's not released because when I push this game into the marketing sphere, I don't want for there to have been a brand that was half-baked for like 8 years. I'm okay if like nobody knows about this game except for my fans and the community until we've got a publisher behind us, and then we drop a really good trailer and awesome gameplay footage, you know, the rest of it. I would prefer for that to be the game's debut, to look strong, rather than me dribble out things over like years and years and years. I don't know if that's a good strategy, but it's my strategy. Like, we're still, when this happens, the day when this happens, from that day, we're still like 18 months out from release. Hey, Experimenter, I can't tell you right now. Sorry. So yeah, I mean, that's what we're looking at. To make these numbers sweeter, I mean, I think it's really up to the, maybe it's not my job to make this sweeter. Like, a publisher's gonna want to spend the money and get the return. So this is just like not an option, really. I think Insignia, like, let's watch Nine Souls gameplay for a bit. And the thing is, every time I put more time into Insignia, the longer I leave that question open, the more I feel like I'm glad that I didn't release a trailer last year. Yeah. I mean, like, first glance, I feel like Insignia, when it's ready, I think this is comparable. Maybe even, like, maybe we even cut a more impressive silhouette, you know? Yeah, I know John, who works on Blood and Mead. We've had lunch. Yeah. I mean, honestly, I hear this is a really good game, but I don't look at this and think that Insignia is like way out of its reach. I don't think it's like so far above us that we couldn't expect to do well. Hey, Fake Coffee. We don't currently do clinkers, just because I'm in a bit of a focus at the moment. Fractalcast says, I have a question. I'm a small programming enthusiast and can make engine/hooks for the backend side. Not sure about visuals art, but how do I enter the industry? I want to make something small that stays. Should I even pursue this? Up to you. I mean, if you're happy to do it because you love to do it, then I would do it. If you want to work on a small game, then work with a small team. You know, you can join a team and you can share in their success. And then you can kind of work up from there. I wouldn't try doing it all by yourself if you're not interested in doing it all by yourself. If you're not interested in the business side. So So yeah, I think like, to me, when I look at this, I just see, hey, can I make a good game for this amount of money? And can I push this number to 100K? That's really it. And can I push this to 3? Then everything works out. It could even be 4. Like, why not? But we wouldn't get 100K's worth of copies on 4. And also, Switch, we wouldn't do sales. So, like, maybe we could push this up to, like, 0.7. I mean, it really just depends on, like, can we get enough of a following? Like, if this goes back to 80, it's still great. That's amazing numbers at that point. I'd be happy with that. So, I don't think... Assuming we do a good job, really. That's all it comes down to. Yeah, it's definitely Steam and Switch, but like, is it like Steam and Switch and something else? It's not going to be on one platform. It's like, is it Steam and Switch and Xbox? You know, Steam and Switch, Xbox Game Pass. Game Boy Advance. You know it. That's okay. I mean, yeah, PlayStation, maybe. You know, maybe we would get, I don't know. Is 8+ years of dev time normal for a game of Insignia scale? I think so, because Owlboy took 10, Iconoclasts took 8, I think, and these games, well, Iconoclasts was one person, and he's a beast. Owlboy was, I think, at least 3 people, and it took them 10. I don't know, man. Maybe like it's not worth competing at this scale. I don't really know how not to, though. Insignia just is that kind of game. So it just comes down to like, can I spend less on this somehow? You know, if I cut myself out of this budget, that's 50K there in terms of difference. It's 50K more if I spend no money on myself, but that's me money. So it's better to spend money on myself. Somehow it comes out better. That means the game's a profit. That means the game's profitable. If it's worth more to spend the money on myself, then it means that the game is profitable. Is that right? Or is that wrong? Hang on. If I take myself, pardon me, out of the equation, it goes up by 50K, but I spent 100 on myself to get there. I can't tell if I don't know how that works out. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's it, right? No. How many platforms? Is it stealing if I create a game that's similar to yours story-wise? I don't know. I don't know if it's stealing. And then, like, we didn't add the contingency on this. So let's just shift this down a couple. is all of this. This times 1.2, well, 0.25. Okay. Which makes it even harder. That's tough. If this becomes 0, we're fine. If we blow it by 25%, that's tough. I don't think I would want to spend the contingency, but we're trying to worst case it here. I mean, targeting 3 platforms, this works out just fine. 80k feels like a lot. If it's 65k units, it's still good. If it's 30, we lose money. We'd have to push more than... You're multiplying profit by number of platforms, aren't you? Is platform conversion really that close to PC for multiplications? Yeah, it's the same. 70% for all of them. It's like the same number. %. Steam's 30, Nintendo's 30, PlayStation's 30. It's 30. Yeah. So again, like, publisher wants to spend this money. I'd prefer to ask for less than that, but that's what they want to do. So it's more like I need to be able to promise this number. This is also AUD, by the way. Yeah. This would be tough. It would be tough to sell. Like, I don't know what the average rate for this stuff is. I really feel like, what the heck just happened? Oh, nothing. Has like... Has this game come out yet? Yo, Shaddy Radio, what was the split like between Steam and Switch proportionally? See, this is like 42,000. Gestalt is like, I don't think it's that. It's only a 7-hour game, and it sold pretty well. 42k copies. This is a Metroidvania. So this is very similar to Insignia in terms of what it's offering. And it's not, I don't think this game was that interesting in terms of like the impact that it had. This game, it was pretty, as far as I know, pretty standard. So to me, like, being able to beat that feels like it should be doable. Like, what's another one? The other one was like Savior. Is this game even out yet? No, it's not out yet. Like, I think Insignia clears Savior too. And this game did Kickstarter. But not very great in terms of the backing. That's underperforming. And if we were to do Kickstarter, like, I don't know if, I mean, clearing that, I think it's possible. I think we could do it. But Tethergeist, is that a Metroidvania though? Oh yeah. This to me feels, it reads more platformer than Metroidvania. What do you have to lose from doing Kickstarter and publishing? The Kickstarter, if it doesn't do well, makes it harder to get publishing. How many reviews does this have? 200. Yeah. See, I think like you just need a kick-ass publisher at that point. But they don't. They self-published. Yeah. Steam and Switch are pretty similar in terms of size. So like, I think Insignia clears this. Definitely, in terms of like what we could do with the marketing. I think it's bigger. Gestalt, I think also potentially we do better. And I'm not, just for those watching, I really, please don't think of this as me trying to like brag or what's the word? I don't know. I'm trying to like appraise the game, you know, as like a, could this, you know, could this hypothetically, you know, do better on a platform? You know, is it even worth me finishing this game? So Gestalt, certainly their backgrounds are like top tier, but I'm not taken by this. Like, let's mute this. Well, looks pretty good. I really don't like that run loop. No, there's some good stuff here for sure. Pet the dog. But I'm seeing it's flat. There's a lot of like the same that I'm seeing in terms of environments, enemies. This is kind of interesting. But I'm also not seeing much, yeah, like those like cutscene moments. There's not that many of them. Boss fights, fine, but yeah. This puts me in like blasphemous territory, like slightly lower budget blasphemous. I think we can do better than that. I think we could do better than that. I think Insignia has more it can say in a trailer. But I don't know. I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe, I don't know if people would agree with me that what I think is valuable about Insignia beats this. Maybe not. But still, I mean, Gestalt is... It did well, right? If we can match Gestalt, that's 42,000. If we could match that, then, you know, we at least break even. But if I can be real for a sec, I don't feel comfortable with this. I just want to say it out loud. As a human being, as someone who's like, it's my game, but even if it wasn't my game, this feels like a huge number, dude. And this is not a big enough number to warrant that number. If this is what we're looking at, I'm not happy with that. And that's a big number. 42K copies is on 3 platforms. That should be decent, you know. This is not a good enough return for this. You sold 120,000 copies of your game and you made $120,000. You made $1 per copy. That sucks. Now, obviously, I get to make a game. That's amazing. And I got paid to make the game. That's amazing. So, like, yeah, game dev cred. I mean, that's not bad. No, publishers would be paying for the rest of the production for this. So, like, honestly, the way I see it, anything I can do to sharpen this number up is better. Anything I can do. But when I look at it, I honestly don't see where the gaps are. I mean, this is pretty expensive. This is expensive, but not overly so. I could do the programming. I probably can't. I could probably do without a junior dev. You know, maybe we just go 100,000, 60,000. What was that? 70. So if I cut, and the thing is, it doesn't really matter. If I cut this out, I don't think that makes a massive difference. Because taking away, oh, hang on. I cut you out. Well, it's money that I get, I guess. This is like a flat thing. I don't think this is that realistic looking at it, actually. That's what we just learned today. This is not that, it's not that unrealistic. Like, the money that they spend is the money they're going to spend. Could I really take off like 300K from this? Like, if I just went, you know, this, all of this, let's just get rid of it. Okay. We put it over here. Whoops. Take all of this, cut it, paste it over there. Okay, we make a lot more money, but like 45K music budget sounds insane. No. The game's got a full musical score. It's like a 2.5-hour soundtrack. That's 40K left. Money for team is per year, month, or whole development. This is what I expect to pay for the rest of development. What's a producer do? No, with 15 people, you need an individual producer. We didn't even factor in localization. Hey. It does affect this number a lot. This is outsourced, and I think it's like 10 to 12. We did an estimate. Let me see if I can pull up the estimate. Where did it go? I know that I was looking at the guy's business card today. I guess I don't have it here right now. Okay, well, we'll come back to it another time. Let's call it, let's say like per language. At, I think it's something like 10K. It might be more. It might be like 15. Let's go 5 languages, right? And we're already racking it up now, because this becomes $75K. This now includes that, which makes it even harder. 5 languages. That's tons. Has a publisher agreed to fund it? Not yet. This is a hypothetical. Yeah, of course. You have to invest. You have to invest. You have to. If we get to like 60,000, now we're back up again in a decent spot. I want to know this number. How many sales of a game are typically sold at a reduced price? That's crazy. What is the average cost of a game? What is the average effective price of a game where by factoring in sales relative to the full price over a lifetime? Yeah. So you really are like looking at like 50% here. This is like, yeah, but you don't anymore. You charge 20 USD. That's what you do. If you're following the 2026. Yeah. It's crazy because like Sea of Stars was like $50 AUD. Yeah. If I push this up like 40, I mean, like we make money back, but we still need to crack 50K. Yeah, dude, Sea of Stars is expensive. Can I see the price of this? $50 Australian. So even if I price it $10 below Sea of Stars, we still have to sell on 3 platforms 50K units. This is hard, man. This is hard. My target platforms, I mean, Steam, Switch, and one other console would be my go-to. I think, personally, I think we could do okay on like Android. I think there's so many retro handhelds. Maybe not 100,000 of them, but they're, you know, people play those. I think those are growing. Split is, yeah, publisher cut after recoup. Yeah. Well, we're on Unity, so it's not that hard. Do you think people buy things on those? Maybe not. Maybe it's only piracy. Would this count as AA? AA indie, maybe, if I get what I want. I don't know. Forgive me here, chat, but doesn't it feel like I should be doing some kind of validation before I do this? Like, doesn't this feel like it should be we do some minor release or a Kickstarter, or we do something to gauge actual player purchasing power interest. Yeah, that's me. That's what I have to pay myself. I mean, we can make it smaller, but it's not going to make a big difference. Like this 90K, I could pay myself 30K, and it doesn't change this much. If I make this 30,000, it's just the same 30,000, but coming back to me. So like, I might as well pay myself more. Well, yeah. This is so hard, chat. This is so difficult. And it's honestly, it's the reason why I am like frozen. Yeah, you know what the alternative is? I source this a different way. That would be the big difference. The thing is though, publisher wants to spend on marketing. This is where they get you. You can't not spend 50% of the budget on marketing, and the marketing is what's going to drive the sales. So like you're actually wanting to make this number bigger. That's the point. You want to spend more because the publisher will put up more, which should drive this. So the real question is like, what does like 400 grand Australian dollars in marketing get you? If the game is good, what does it get you? We would need to look at like sales on something like Orbitals, which is not even coming out on Steam. You know, if it was say, or you know, pick a Devolver game and think about like their worst performing games. Hey Liminal, hey Andrew, how you doing? What is Dungeon Scrolls? Propaganda? So like Minos. Who knows what Minos is? That looks kind of cool. So good reviews, 130K, came out in April. It's okay. I wonder what the budget was. Because there's this question of like, what does a publisher get you? You know, Bell's fanfare. It's cool. What is it, like a Zelda-like? Holy moly, did really well. What the heck? Who worked on this? It's trying to be like it's like cashing in on Wind Waker, right? I really like the art. It's gorgeous. Ooh, and the amiibo. Dude, this... Who is responsible for this Kickstarter? There's a lot in it. 6th. Garbunka. Looks like the writing team's got like a bit of a background behind them. Oh, and they're Spanish. Oh, and they worked on this? They worked on the Hat in Time? Okay, that's why. Yeah, I don't think you can... Oh, it's not a Hat in Time? What's it called? What's this game called? Not a Hat in Time. What's it called? You know what I'm talking about. Is it Mika? Which one's a Hat in Time? Also a big witch's hat, but different game. This was an Australian game, was it? Or am I just making things up now? Danish, yeah. I'm totally making things up. All right, I'm gonna stop saying random things and go back to our spreadsheet. Hey, no artist. Hey, Glyco, thank you so much for the sub. Yeah, I mean, this budget is for like a year, basically. A year and a half for some of the roles. What outcome are you ultimately looking for? A break? Enough money to continue making games? Well, that's the question, really. I think I'm like, my expectations are starting to like fall into line a little bit. And I think ultimately, like, I mean, look, we can even check if you want to see what people think they would purchase the game for. Not this tab. Feedback form says $10 to $20 USD, $20 to $30 USD, $30 to $40 USD, not less than 10. So between 10 and 40, 25 looks like it's probably the number I would guess here, right? Like maybe these people would be prepared to go a little more. Not AUD, like 35 AUD. Maybe we could get away with, I mean, 25 AUD would be great if I could afford to price it at that point. But at 25 AUD, we lose money if it sells 50k copies on 3 platforms. So if it's like 35 AUD, and then at launch we're selling at 20, I mean, even that is terrible. Hey. Pitching in for one localized sentence. Thanks. Thanks, Ari. It's about time they suffered like we do. Yeah, I mean, like usually we're more like at 30. But dude, look at that. I make 20 grand. Well, the problem is people say, we were looking it up. It looks like the sale price of these games on average over the lifetime of a game is something closer to 50%. Yeah. I mean, if we make this 0.7, yeah, things get a lot better. I don't know. It's totally dependent on what happens. Like, I can't know what will happen. If we don't, you know, it's great if we never go on sale, you know. If we sell, this is lifetime units, yeah. Well, I mean, what's lifetime? I don't know. I think this game will have a comparatively longer tail than like your average game. Especially on Switch. I think like people will be playing this game on Switch 2 5 years from now because they'll just pick it up and go, oh yeah. Not like the same amount, but I don't think it'll be like it just falls off the edge of the earth because it's story based and it's pixel art. And if it's high production value, I think there'll be a bit of a fan base if we do it right. So I think there's a chance we get a lot more in like the third year or fourth year than just your whatever average game. Not a ton more, but a little bit. So, I mean, I would love to sell, gosh, 200,000 units per platform and buy a nice house and retire. That's what I would love to do. I don't think this is necessarily going to happen for me. I don't see how we do this. I think ultimately the challenge here, the gap I have to cross is, do you guys like the game as much as I like it? Do I like the game as much as I like it? I don't know. Yeah, I just don't. Genuinely, seriously, honestly cannot say if. What the heck just happened here? Excuse me? What do you mean null pointer exception? How dare you? An item with the same key has already been added? What the heck? That's terrible. Okay, it fixed itself. Like, does this say 40K game? 40K sales? Does it say 70? Does it say 100? I think it's up there. I just don't know. I just don't know if it's like, for me, yeah, I just don't know if I'm the guy who should be dictating that. I can look at, and the sucky part about this is I can look at the research. I guess the point is, like, it's a publisher's job to make that call, right? It's not my job to make that decision. If I look at all these games and I look at their estimated revenue and I look at where we would need to meet for Insignia to be up there. So the revenue here is $3 million Australian. Okay, so 2 million US. If I look at these games and I drag the number all the way down until we get to 200 US, 2 million US, we hit right here. We see The Messenger and Iconoclasts. Is Insignia better than Toho Lunar Nights and Undermine and Sanabi? I don't know. This is obviously just on, this is one platform. Let's back up. This is a single platform. So we need to go back to this and go down to the 1 million games. So let's go back down to the 1 million games. And are we better than those games? Are we better than Chasm? That's the bet. Is Insignia better than Chasm? I would say so, but I don't know that. Metal Unit. Metal Unit is a game by friend of the show. I think he was here in chat earlier. He put a lot. It's Felix, yeah. Felix, you did great on Metal Unit. Given that you, what was that, 4-year release timeline? Fantastic. How many platforms you release on? And you did better than this, right? This is like an underestimate. Released early. What does that mean to release early? As in less content than you expected to? It's a good trailer. And this is 2021. At the right price point, I mean, can I link my spreadsheet? I don't know if I've got it shareable. Let me check. Yeah, you can have a look. Anyone with the link can view. I think you can have a look at that. This is old. This is like 2020. Immediately everyone comes in here. One sec. I can't rename it. One sec. How do I get out of here? This is like 2024. Okay. Don't go crazy. Okay. What do you think the fantasy of your game is? And do you think people will see that fantasy when they first see your game? You can answer this and then think about it from the player's eyes. Yeah, I mean, I think of it as like a pixel art adventure. That's the fantasy. And when I say adventure, I mean along the lines of The Legend of Zelda, you know. And that fantasy, I think, comes through in the marketing material that I've prepared. I think what's lacking in the current marketing material is the ambition of the game's scope. So like the big theatrical boss fights and visual effects in combat. I think that's the thing that if I can get that right, even without a publisher, I might just be able to sell that vision to enough people that we can justify it. It's just the budget side. Like, how do I get that budget without a publisher? I think the game itself, it's not necessarily in like exactly what's in chapter 1, but if I pick from enough areas of the game, I think you will see it for sure. I think like if I chuck some of these scenes in here with some of the action and story and stuff that's happening, because the thing about this game that I've struggled with is a lot of it has been planned. There's so much planning, and the vertical slice is a good proof of the mechanics, but a vertical slice is not an adventure. And because the fantasy is an adventure, the adventure involves highs and lows. It involves all of the different biomes and, you know, all of that. That's what the fantasy is. So until I've got like a really clear example of, you know, the places that you go in the game, then it's different, you know. Is your budget factoring in the DGTO? It wasn't, but that tax offset is on profit. So that really only applies after this, right? So maybe I save some money here with the tax offset. So on my research index, there are two tabs. One is the Kickstarter set and one is just the games. This is obviously super estimated. It's not, I just took the numbers that databases gave me. You can see most of these games are working off of, you know, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 languages plus. Especially like, well, look at that. I mean, so many of them are doing up to 9 languages or 12 languages, you know. Stardew Valley is a huge game. Do I have platforms? Yeah, 9 platforms. Like, that's crazy, man. We're talking about 3. So I think if you're going to spend this kind of money, you have to go on every console. Oh, no, of course. That's why I don't compare. I don't compare any of the games above, like, even like here. Maybe like right up to here. I just they might as well not be on the list as far as I'm concerned. Your game is inarguably beautiful and only keeps becoming more stunning, but does it give you a good reason to care or want to stay to explore your game's world? Yeah, I think so. Yeah, the game is very plot driven and the story I think is really good. Maybe I haven't done as good of a job expressing that plot just because of like time or whatever, just what I've been putting my energy towards. And maybe that's what's missing in terms of the promise in the marketing materials. Like, it just needs a bit more of the drama. But like, I hope so. I think so. I know so. Like, the plot is sick. The exploration, all that stuff. I think the demo probably is a little... The demo does this thing that I think it feels like a mistake, but only because I don't have that much option to wiggle. The game is like a 20-hour game. And in the first 2, I'm not trying to make the game... You know, I'm not trying to be dramatic. I'm trying to do a slow build. But I think if that was all you ever saw of it, you would go, the game doesn't go very far. But that's why the marketing material needs to have the later chapters in it. If you know there's crazy cool boss fights and flying ships and, you know, all kinds of nonsense happening, then that slow build is just building anticipation. But if you don't know that stuff's happening, then it's not. Yeah, I mean, you can message me if you have like a long review you want to give. Blasphemous 1, I think, is on here. Can the game be modded? It will be moddable. I think the stakes in the plot and the world exploration are what really hook people. Yes, yes. And Insignia has that. I mean, like, if I show people this map, like, those are the things that I think are strong points for Insignia. You know, if you see a trailer and you see the map and the map looks like this, I think you can, you know, I think that there should be anticipation building in your mind that the game has depth of plot. Like, there's a world here, that's bigger than just something small, you know? So if I couple that with like character interaction in a trailer, I don't know what else I could show you to excite you about, you know, especially the towns, you know, like the places that you go that aren't just levels. We made this tool in-house. So I think like, and actually like genuinely, I don't know many games that have maps this big. So I feel like that should be a point of excitement. I don't know. I guess from here, the next question is Daggerfall. What is the next step? Like, what is the thing I have to do? Which I was here 6 months ago. What's the thing that I need to do to feel comfortable moving forward? That's the $1 million question. That's the $870,000, $1 million and $87,500 question. How much of the game would you say involves capturing enemy abilities mechanics? All of it. That's like it's I mean, like if the story is 50%, then it's the other 50 is that. Outside of the first 20 minutes. The capturing enemy abilities thing is the game. It's the game mechanic. It's the core mechanic. Maybe I need to do more. Maybe I need to do more to demonstrate like what the game is doing. Like an area of the game that is like a later dungeon or something. Is that, well, do we need that? I don't know. Maybe if it was just to, if I was trying to sell it. Could you factor DLC? I'd rather not for now. Feels like a separate job, you know? Hey, Shaddy Radio, how was that not profitable for you? 4-year dev time, 200k units, 50-50 on Steam and Switch, 20 USD at launch, 30k Kickstarter. That sounds like you would have made a big profit. What was the budget? How many people worked on Owlboy? I think it's like, I mean, if you can look at Owlboy credits, that many people. But really, it's Simon's game, so it's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then that's the core team. It's just 5. We've crossed 10k, but I'm not doing much to push those numbers. Like there's no trailer, even on the Steam page yet. Maybe I need to push it further. It's crazy. It's crazy how hard it is to like know what I should be doing next. Sea of Stars price at release, 50 AUD. Yeah, I don't know. Could we, like, if we spent half the time, I don't think we could have half the budget. Sorry, if we spent double the time, I don't think we'd half the budget on this. It would increase the quality because I'd be more proportionally on the game. You know, maybe we could crush some of this stuff down. Maybe we don't need a producer. Maybe we don't need that. I mean, that's great. That's amazing. But I don't know if we could halve this. I mean, maybe we halve it. I just don't think the goal, like, is the goal really to, like, I guess we need to, like, pick a size and run for it. And it really comes down to the price, right? And I want to put this, I'm putting this down to 50. That's crazy. That's crazy. But I want to try it. Let's do like a copy of this. And let's do like minimum, right? Let's just see like how far we could scrape. Let's just say we go like hyper conservative, right? We just go as small as possible. Hey, Elzak, how much money would if I paid you for a year? How much would you want? What's the smallest amount I could pay you? QA is part of programmer budget. At least, I don't know. Maybe we don't have a separate QA budget. We do have a community of people who could QA it as a freelancer on a contract. I mean, this could be 60 if it's part-time. This could be 60 if I want it to be. These aren't changing. This could be just 100K. Animation budget. We could cut it down for sure. If we streamline, but I think that hurts the quality too much to make this any lower. Environment artist, we could cut that down to 40. And writer, we could cut that down to like 60. See, like that, we just chopped like a third of the production budget. And like, yeah, I made money instead of losing it. But that's not really the thing, right? That's not really what matters. What matters is making this number go to like 60K. Like 10,000 more purchases. And we make back way more than we saved cutting people. Like, why would I spend less if I'm hoping to make more? Isn't conversion rate like 20% usually from wishlist to sales? I don't know what the conversion rate is, but I also don't know if that conversion rate is it wish lists become sales, or is it wish lists as the percentage of sales? Do you know what I mean? Like 10,000 wish lists is not 10,000 sales, but just because your wish lists aren't all of your sales, right? Like you expect people to discover the game outside of that, right? What are the changes, improvements you can make to the game that can pump the sale number the highest? Good question. It's not the ratio of wishlist to sales. That's what I'm thinking, right? Yeah, 10% of your wish list on release day. I mean, we aren't expecting, I don't know what our target wish list count. I would be happy with 50K. If we hit over 100, obviously I'd be like ecstatic, but like, I think we could hit 50. So that means 5,000 on release day. That's great. Is that US, Elzak? That'd be full release date. We're not doing early access. That's not a real number. Well, I mean, I might not be able to afford that, but you're kind of cranking up my budget here, buddy. If I gave you a junior, does that make it less? Yeah, I mean, maybe this is like maybe this is really more like 120. If it's a year of, if you're doing porting as well. That's crazy how we break even at 50k sales. I think you gotta go for like more languages here to push this number. I think you have to go like the 9 language number. Like maybe am I, it's a strange one because I feel like on one level that's a lot of money. We'll start with 5. Let's keep it simple. That's okay. It's okay. Don't worry about it. Don't worry. Sorry, Elzak. You don't have to do that. I'm not asking you to do that. Look, it's a text-heavy game. I think we need to. It's going to be expensive. We're going to spend the money, even if it's like. Yeah. And I think I just pulled that figure out of my butt as well. I think I don't know if it's more or less than that. What do they do? Like $1 a word or something like that? Localization, video game, price per word. No, 25 cents a word. So, but I think we're going to hit like 50k words or something in the game. So let's think about that. Like, yeah, 12k. Yeah, that's about where I was thinking. Maybe we don't hit 50k words. Let's have a look, actually. I have a button I can press. This is the word count. So project word count is over 2 chapters, 13,950. So that's 2 out of 5. So multiply that by 5 on 2. Is that right? Divide by 2 times 5. 13,950. So let's call it 15,000 divided by 2 times 5. 37,000 words. Times 0.25 cents a word, 10k. USD, 15k AUD, right on the money. I nailed it. So that's what it is. Well, I don't expect 100k sales on Steam. That can't be right, though. That can't be right. That's 0.25 instead of 0.7. What are we looking at? Where's the 0.7? $0.25. What did I say? Did I not do that? I was just going from 25 cents. Yeah, I think so. But even if it was like, what did we say? It was 15,000 words. divided by 2 for 1 chapter times 5 for 5 chapters times 0.0. Let's call it 15. Well, that's cheap. That's US. So it goes up to like 8. Either way, even if we call it 12,000, it's not going to make a major change. I'll probably go high just to see. Yeah, I just don't think, I think like once you're at the 100K wishlist world, I think all bets are off. Like, I don't think you can say, oh, on average, this or that. I think like even 50K wishlists, you're in a space where you're not, if you have a publisher, you're not working with organic wishlist traffic to drive the numbers. I think it's like there'll be marketing campaigns at that point and things are just different. Cuff bust. Well, that game didn't do that well, did it? We heard about this. But it's got mixed reviews. That's the thing. Like, if the game, this is also like not the kind of game we're talking about. Like, this is this genre is so saturated at this point. You could make this game. Yeah, I don't think this is the like. It's not a comp for us. So yeah, for sure. Tenebis. What is Tenebis? Never heard of that. Yeah, I don't. These like single developer games, I really don't. Some of them, it's like, are these even going to come out? This is insane. It's an insane number. It just goes to show how many people are on TikTok, you know? Yeah. You mean the power of fantasy as in the power of like marketing fantasy? Like what they're selling to players? That's fair. Pizza Tower is crazy, man. Let me see if I can get this thing for you. This is what's crazy about Pizza Tower. This is the amount of languages it supports. Oh no, there's platforms and languages. Revenue versus localization. Pizza Tower is in like a world of its own because it made $15 million and it's on one platform and it's in one language. Look at all these other games. Pizza Tower's like, nah, we're just in English. Okay, well, I gotta go, chat. It's been a long stream for me. and I don't have what I need to feel good about this, and I don't know what I have to do to get there, and I don't know. It would basically require, I think, a publisher who sees me and believes. That's what I think. And the game, obviously, who sees the game and goes like, hey, you are doing an amazing job, and we're going to empower you to succeed. So I don't know if they exist, any publishers like that. And I almost, if I was trying to make my life as ideal as possible, I wouldn't even do it today. I wouldn't even reach out to a publisher. Like I just don't think I'm there yet. But I feel like I have to. So I think I just keep doing what I'm doing. Why not sell the chapters as standalone games? Because I get the sense that the offering doesn't work as 5 different games. I feel like I'd have to do a lot of work to change the story in chapter 1 to make it feel like a game you could purchase and get a good experience out of. I'd also have to sell it for a lot cheaper. So it's like the idea of like selling for $5 an incomplete game, it doesn't work. Maybe 3 games, but even then, like the thing is, Insignia, the fantasy is a complete adventure. I can't give you less than that. It'll be disappointing if it's less than that. If you don't get a satisfying conclusion to the story, I just don't see it. And it is hugely ambitious. It is. The only alternative is like majorly downscale in order to sell the same fantasy but a smaller. Have I approached anyone yet? We've done a pitch. I've done like a pitching session with like 12 different big publishers, and they all liked it for sure. Like it seemed pretty positive in terms of reception, but I haven't sat down and talked money like this. Yeah, like we've chatted, but it's like, all right, submit your game. And then I didn't do that yet. So that's where I'm at. Like, send us a demo. I'm just like, I'm just holding my cards close to my chest because I'm terrified of what it means to get this wrong. And there are risk factors here that are like, this number is crazy. You know, if we can get this to 70 at this number, this is amazing for me, no problem. If we can get it to this number, amazing. But if we can't, and we have to do this, it's like a massive flop. Publishers can't really offer you that much. E.g., publishers want to spend big for big returns. What do you mean by offer? I mean, I'm reasonably happy with the vertical slice. My only criticism would be maybe it feels a little slow at the start. but I've had people enjoy it for what it is. A lot of people enjoy it for what it is. So I don't know if they're just lying to me or if whatever. I think it paces well. It's just a slow start. Oh, I mean, like, I might not, but like there are constraints here that I won't accept. Like, I won't accept a scenario where we spend all this money and then I do a bad job of directing the game. Even if we make zero money, I don't care if I make $0. You shared at one point that publishers would like a game where they can form it a lot. The thing is, what I realized, Elzak, is that the marketing that publishers want to spend on games that's the form. Like, it's not that they need to I think that their investment is always going to be bigger than mine by a landslide, just in terms of funds. So they're always going to want to take a lot, and they're going to recoup a lot, and they're going to make a lot, because the total budget includes this huge marketing budget. So I mean, like, yeah, if we do better, you know, if we do these numbers, I think that's great. I think everyone would be happy with that. They spend 1.5, they get 2.5 after recoup. They make $1 million. That's pretty good. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, like, 100k sales times 30, 3 million. These games are those kinds of games. Do a 3-month focus project, story-driven game, smaller scope, orchestrated team, release a success, prove you have what it takes. Yeah. Maybe Insignia has to stay in the background. It's possible. 2x is the minimum. Okay, well, let's think about it. Well, how do we make that 2x happen? This needs to be over 3. Yeah, I mean, they've got operating costs too, I suppose. What if the split is more like 60? Or 40 for me. Wait a second, I'm confused. No. This is 5 million. If I take 40, then they take a different number. They take this minus this, which is 3. So 150k per platform. I do gotta go. Yeah, scary, huh? Scary stuff. How do we how do I do this? I think they're going to want to see like more wish lists. Already got the Verse Slice. Anyway, I'm going to go. Thanks, chat. One sec. I didn't send it to them yet. No, I didn't. I know. Thanks, everyone. Had a lot of fun. Hope you do too. As always, you can wishlist Insignia on Steam if you're interested. It was a pleasure. I'll catch you all tomorrow. As always, I've been Adam. You've been the Pixel Pals. This has been the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Until next time.